Police Chief from Vallejo, are you in the building?
morning, everyone. Welcome to the October 10th, 2024 Fresno City Council meeting. The time is 9:11. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza. Absent at the moment. Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next is the invocation, which will be given by Mario Espinoza with the Christian Life Assembly, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance given by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please go ahead and stand?
Good morning to all. Thank you for the privilege of being able to be here before you this morning and ask a blessing on our behalf. Lord God, we come before you this morning as your creation, calling upon you for favor and grace to execute your will for the citizens of this great city. It is you, O Lord, who has established the boundaries of this community, and it is you, O Lord, who knows each inhabitant of this great city by name. No one escapes your vision or oversight. It is you who have given us life and purpose. It is you who have written your laws on our hearts and set your love on all who govern and reside in this city. It is your love that knowingly and unknowingly compels us to serve the inhabitants of this city, for its people consist of all backgrounds, diverse cultures, and tongues. But you, O Lord, love each and every one of them. I pray that your hand would be upon the governing council of the city, and you would equip each member of the council to exercise their God-given talents and graces to wisely lead and govern the people and businesses of the city today. May your purposes and plans for the city prevail. We are grateful for the city and the people who sit here today, for it is your good pleasure to bless them with the privilege of serving you and your people. God bless them and keep them through the power of your name, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda today?
Yes, we do have some changes to the agenda, but first I'd like to announce we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. We also have in-house Spanish translators, and they will quickly let the audience know the services they can provide.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jasmine Carrasco. We are here with Focus Interpreting. We just wanted to let everybody know that we do have Spanish interpretation services available. My colleague Maria and I are available in the back in case you do need our services.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María. Somos intérpretes de español con mi colega Jasmine y estamos aquí si alguien requiere interpretación en español. Estamos en la parte posterior del auditorio. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And as for changes to the agenda, I need to announce that for consent calendar item 2F, that is file ID 24-1312, the title should read County Supervisor District 2 and Fresno City Council Districts 4 and 6, not Fresno City Council District 2. So at the end it would say Council District 2, it would say Fresno County Supervisor District 2 and City Council Districts 4 and 6. All right, and now we have items removed from the agenda. First off, we have consent calendar item 2H, that is file ID 24-1057, regarding actions relating to updating water conservation measures and the city's water shortage contingency plan. That has been removed from the agenda and will return on October 31st. It was removed by staff and by Councilmember Arias. We also have consent calendar item 2L, that is file ID 24-559, and this regards approval of an agreement with Community Health Improvement Partners to administer an independent living home. This item has been moved to October 31st by Councilmember Arias. We also have consent calendar item 2P, that is file ID 1366. It is regarding actions pertaining to a resolution of intention, number 1155D, to vacate portions of excess public street right-of-way on the northeast side of North Weber and southeast side of West Farrington Avenue, northwest of West Herndon. And that item has been moved to October 31st by Vice President Carbasi. I have no additional changes to the agenda.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Councilmember Arias?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell?
I'm pinching myself right now. Nothing, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes, pull for discussion 2F, as in Frank.
2F as in Frank will be pulled for discussion. Councilmember Esparza? Council Vice President?
None, Madam President. Thank you.
And I have none as well. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any objection? Item passes 7-0. All right, up next, we do have our ceremonial presentations. The first one we have today is a proclamation of Carol Lewis Day in the city of Fresno, which is sponsored by Vice President Carbasi.
Okay, good morning. If I can have the family and Principal Bowles and Deputy Superintendent Belknap and our new librarian, come on up. So we're going to talk about someone that's very special to the Pinedale community and Clovis Unified, including Nelson and Pinedale Elementaries. And rather than me speak about her, we have 4 of her children here today. So let's start with Principal Bowles. If you can tell us a little bit about this special honoree, and then we'll have Ms. Lewis's family talk about her too.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for allowing us to be here to share about the life and legacy of just a beautiful soul that touched so many lives in her work as a librarian at both Nelson Elementary and Pinedale Elementary for almost 44 years. She worked right up until her retirement, and not too long after that, unfortunately passed away. But the lessons that our kids learned, the love of reading, the servant heart that she served in the community, staying well past hours of 6 p.m. so that Kasner and Clovis West students could come and print their homework and have a safe space to be, providing food for families in need, working within the Pinedale Community Fellowship Church right in the community of Pinedale. Loved to also play the piano when we had graduation ceremonies for our parents who went through parent academies. And just the genuine love that she had for children, and especially the community of Pinedale. It's a great honor for us. We'll be naming our Clovis Unified approved the naming of our library to be the Carol J. Lewis Library. So this is a wonderful addition to that. And I will pass the torch to her son, George.
Thank you so much, Debbie. And by the way, your leadership in all of this for our mother does not go unnoticed. You've been absolutely awesome. And
yeah, she's great, isn't she?
She's 100%.
Really.
And Debbie has the spirit that my mother had. I know Debbie could have left the community that we grew up in and has chose to stay and continue that mission. And those are the kinds of people that make a difference. I'm the oldest of 5 children. I'm going to brag a little bit. None of us ever got in any kind of trouble. Single mother. She was my mother, my father, my friend, and kept all of us little you-know-whats in line constantly, and then passed that on to the children of Pinedale. And we have a running family joke that she loved those kids more than she loved us. And there's some truth in that. She cared dearly about that community. We moved there when I was 6. My little sister was 2.5. We lost our father 2 weeks after she was born, and we never left. And, well, we did, but Mom never left. And then became such a part of that community with her church that everybody in Pinedale still to this day knows who Mrs. Lewis is. So thank you again, Debbie. I really appreciate it. And also I want to say a special thanks to Angela Coleman, who took over for my mom. She was my mom's pick to be the next librarian, so that's super special to us. And then Kristen Belknap, Dr. Belknap with Clovis Unified, who's I've known for a long time, who's always been so special to me and our family, and I know her relationship with my mom was very special too.
Clovis West, talk to Clovis West.
We're also Clovis West people, so thank you very much. And a very special thanks to the council, and very special thanks to you, Mr. Carbasi. We really appreciate it. My mom was a God-fearing Christian woman, and she would be very, very proud that, not of herself, but that everybody is recognizing what she meant to the community and doing God's work. So that's it.
So in a moment, our clerk is going to read this proclamation into the record, but I just want to say, as one kid who grew up in this community, thank you for letting us borrow your mom for 43 years, because she had an impact on generations of children, and you'll see the effect of that for years to come. Thank you so much. So, City Clerk, if we can start reading the proclamation of the record. Thank you.
Happily. Whereas Carol Lewis was born and raised in Sacramento, California, she attended Sierra Joint Union High School and graduated in the year 1962. She married the love of her life, George Lewis, and raised 5 beautiful children. Upon her husband's death, Miss Lewis raised her children as a single parent, always pushing them to be the best they could be. She was an active member of her church, where she sang, played piano, and taught Sunday school classes. And whereas Carol Lewis began her career in Clovis Unified School District in 1974, for decades she gave her heart and talents to children at Pinedale and Nelson Elementary Schools. Her heart has always belonged to the community of Pinedale, which she called her home for most of her life. Miss Lewis, a selfless educator, put forth every effort to help students succeed. Her library was open far past the usual closing hour, so local high school students and intermediate students could access resources that they may not otherwise have had. Miss Lewis retired from Pinedale Elementary in the fall of 2017. And whereas Miss Lewis's favorite pastime was spending time with her family, she was extremely proud of her 13 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. She loved sports like football and baseball. Anything her grandchildren played thrilled her. She enjoyed books, reading, and crocheting. Her children were always proud to call her mom. Her selfless acts of kindness, her support to the community of Pinedale, and her years of dedication to CUSD continue to amaze them. Whereas Miss Lewis taught so many students the love of reading, her stories in the library would take kids away to faraway places and empowered them to reach further for their dreams. Whether she provided a granola bar, a big hug, a warm smile, or something silly to make them laugh, students always walked away from Miss Lewis feeling like they were truly somebody important. And whereas Miss Lewis will never be forgotten, she left a lasting legacy of love and touched countless lives. Her career was defined by 43 years of opening minds of students with the power of reading. She was a woman who believed that one was only as limited as their imagination. Literacy opens doors to education to all. Miss Lewis held that door open, and we are forever grateful. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, recognize the dedication of to our students in the city of Fresno and do hereby honor and remember Carol Lewis Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Up next, we have a proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day. This one is sponsored by Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to ask Chairwoman Tracy Hopkins and the rest of the council and guests to join me up front. All right. Good morning. Good morning. It's a great day. Today we come together to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day and acknowledge the rich history and invaluable contributions of Indigenous communities within our region and specifically within our city as well. I forget how many years we've done this now. I recognize it here at City Hall, but it's a tradition that we began a few years back. I want to continue it as long as I'm here, and hope that other members that succeed us will also continue the tradition. But while we're here, we're certainly going to celebrate. This proclamation that I'm going to present today serves as a reminder of the significance of honoring Indigenous heritage and their impact on our community. And we should not forget that for far too long, the stories and legacies of Native American peoples have been overlooked. And this neglect impacts not only their communities, but all of us in Fresno and beyond. And so today we take this opportunity to honor their resilience and acknowledge the injustices they have faced throughout history. And I want to highlight specifically our friends here at the Picayune Rancheria of Chichansi Indians specifically, who are going to accept this year's proclamation. Their contributions to the Central Valley and Sierra Nevada are profound, reminding us of the deep connections we share with the land as well as with each other. As we gather, I want us to also reflect on the ongoing challenges Indigenous communities continue to face. Issues like access to resources, healthcare, and education, not so different from a lot of the issues the community in general faces, but amplified and exacerbated in many ways. And so we must support these communities and advocate for their needs. And it's my honor to be here with you all this morning. I don't want to take up the microphone. That's not my style. But I did want to provide each of you an opportunity to say a few words, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Thanks. Hilly Hilly, Hoya Wichnam, Tracy Hopkins, Chairwoman for Picayune Rancheria of the Chichansi Indians. I want to acknowledge before I begin that we gather here today on our ancestral lands. These ancestral lands that we are on are the Yoka Indians. We are the first people of the nation. So I want to make sure we acknowledge that today. I also would like to say thank you for all of you for being here today on this Indigenous Peoples Day, which serves as a recognition of the history, culture, and resilience of my people. Today we reflect on the progress we've made and the challenges we still face. We stress the importance of Indigenous Peoples Day in inspiring future generations to embrace and preserve their cultural heritage. This day is about unity among us Indian peoples. We share a common history, struggles, and hopes for the future. Today we stand together united in our efforts to protect our culture, our lands, and our rights. I, along with the rest of my tribal council today, will continue to advocate and envision a future in which our culture are not only respected, but celebrated. Thank you.
Hilly Hilly, Hoya Wishna, Michael Wynn, Tribal Council Secretary for Picayune Rancheria of the Chichansi Indians. It's an honor to be here before you this day, and thank you very much for honoring the tribe and recognizing the original indigenous peoples to this land, and where we do share a rich heritage and a rich shared culture with the community. It's a very diverse population in Central Valley, and we are grateful to be working on partnerships with Fresno and Madera County, which are home to our ancestral lands of our people. We're grateful to be here today and are definitely grateful for the opportunities that we have each day to wake up, to pray, and to enjoy the bounty of the land in which we have been blessed to live in. And thank you for this opportunity to share in the recognition of the proclamation of Indigenous Peoples Day.
Haley. My name is Elena Sanders. I just want to thank everybody for being here, and thank you for the City Council for this proclamation to Picayune Rancheria of the Chickachansee Indians. We take this back to our general membership to show them that we are still here, and City Council member is honoring us in that.
Good morning. My name is Melvin Espy, Vice Chairman, Picayune Rancheria. I just want to say we're very thankful and privileged to be here for the recognition here of Indigenous Peoples Day, and we very much appreciate having us here, and thank you so much.
Yes, thank you again to the council, from council members, the council members. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Picayune Rancheria, the Chickachansee Indians, and to all of those who are working tirelessly to uplift our indigenous communities. We are presenting the proclamation today. However, I'd also like to invite each and every one of you in the community to join us on Monday. This coming Monday at 10 a.m., we will celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day right here in front of City Hall, as we have done for the last several years. So I invite you all to join us today. Sorry, Monday, not today, Monday. We're here today already. So I'm going to have the clerk read the language, but again, it's my pleasure to present to you folks the Indigenous Peoples Day Proclamation for 2024. Thank you for joining us.
Whereas today we honor and celebrate the rich heritage and invaluable contributions of Indigenous peoples with special recognition of the Yucats, Mono, and Picayune Rancheria of the Chickachansee Indian communities, the original inhabitants of the Central Valley. And whereas, in times when society might highlight our differences, we in Fresno and the surrounding areas understand that our true strength lies in the rich diversity of our shared histories. The tribes of the Central Valley have faced numerous challenges over generations, but have remained resilient in the face of settler colonialism. Their profound expertise in land stewardship and ecological knowledge nurtured a land abundant in natural resources. This land, called the Central Valley and Sierra Foothills, has sustained and nourished millions. And whereas on Indigenous Peoples Day, we honor the resilience and significant contributions of the Yucats, Mono, and Chickachansee peoples to the state of California, we reaffirm our commitment to fulfilling our trust and treaty responsibilities to tribal nations, strengthening our nation-to-nation relationship. And whereas we reflect on the tragic history of attempted genocide against California natives, acknowledging that tribal peoples challenge us to confront our past and strive for better. We must commit to understanding our colonial history, the broken treaties and policies of forced assimilation to ensure a brighter future for the seventh generation and beyond. And whereas this year we are highlighting a Picayune Rancheria of the Chickachansee Indians have inhabited the fringes of the San Joaquin Valley and the foothills of Sierra Nevada for more than 12,000 years. The Chickachansee people have a rich cultural legacy and continue to promote their traditions, languages, and spiritual practices, which are vital to the cultural fabric of California. Their presence and contributions play a crucial role in fostering community resilience and enriching the diversity of Fresno and its surrounding areas. And whereas, embracing the spirit of Indigenous freedom, we encourage every resident to pause, reflect, and truly appreciate the resilience and spirit of all First Nations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 14th of October, 2024, as Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next, we have the proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This one is going to be presented to Centro La Familia and the Marjorie Mason Center. This one is sponsored by Council Members Arias, Esparza, Pereira, Carbasi, Maxwell, and I'll just say the entire City Council. So I am going to invite all the council members to join us in the front.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here with us this morning. Long time no see. Long time no see, right? Yes. Actually, I got a little buzzed out about the Vegas trip. Yeah. Good morning. Thanks for being here. What? See you here.
first. I'm in the back, so I'm tall.
We got a couple back here.
I'm not sponsoring it, so I'm going to go to the end.
In the back.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm just honored to stand here with everyone, it seems like. Rarely does this happen, but I believe it shows the magnitude of the issue that we have here within the city of Fresno. And unfortunately, Fresno is not unique in this. This is often a crime that goes overlooked and is often underreported. And I think that's the key message, is sometimes we see trends where it appears that domestic violence has increased and then it's decreased. And it's always hard to tell if it really is decreasing or if individuals are just not reporting it because of fear. And so it shows the importance of why we're here today, which is to raise awareness of this issue in our city, to tell people that we stand with you, and it is okay to have difficult conversations about this very sensitive topic. I'll keep my remarks short because, as you can see, the entire city council is up here and may want to say something. And then we do have two organizations who are doing incredible work in our city that I'm sure we would all love to hear from. So I'm going to give it to Council Vice President next.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Earlier today, we honored a librarian, someone who for 43 years helped generations of students get away from all the difficulties of their life and a safe haven. And unfortunately, far too often, children growing up in this community and women are forced to experience something that is correct. It does go underreported, and that's domestic violence, and that's problems in the home. It's really important and impactful for this community to have two special premier organizations, including the Marjorie Mason Center, that serve as really hope for folks that face this issue. We have a lot of our law enforcement partners here. These are individuals who, when there's a 911 call, will see people in the worst moment of their lives. And for our law enforcement partners to be able to call the Marjorie Mason Center is an amazing tool. And it's very important. As popular as the Marjorie Mason Center is, they're an organization that needs help. And we as a council, thanks to council partnering with Council President Perea and the support of our colleagues, we were able to allocate $300,000 to help backfill some funding that fell off from the federal government in VOCA funding. So thank you so much to the Marjorie Mason Center for bringing that to our attention and offering us that opportunity. And so I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Council Member Maxwell.
Thank you, and I'll just keep my remarks very brief. I think we all know that domestic violence is an issue. I think sometimes we don't realize what a big issue it is, especially here in the Central Valley. I always knew domestic violence was an issue, but in 2016 I started a job with the County of Fresno. I was a victim advocate for domestic violence victims, and I learned that domestic violence report rates in Fresno County 63% higher than the state average. So it's a very real problem. As our partners here know, it doesn't just affect women, it is predominantly women, but it definitely affects men, and it affects a lot of young people too. Central La Familia and Marjorie Mason Center have done a great job reaching out to all the communities, whether you're a woman, a man, single relationship, or a teenager in high school, and making sure those services are provided to those folks. Councilmember Carbasi said, this is a cyclical issue. This is trauma that gets passed on generation to generation, and if we don't help break those cycles, this problem is just going to continue to persist. And so it's important for us as a city council that we're a partner in addressing this issue, which is why we've made such a large allocation this year to go towards addressing domestic violence, and we look forward to continue partnering with all of you going forward. But thank you for everything that you do. I know it's a difficult job, and sometimes it could be a thankless one, but it's a very crucial one. So thank you guys for all that you do.
I just want to be very brief. Thank you for all the people who are working, dealing with this critical issue, Marjorie Mason and all the other folks, the law enforcement people. It is a very challenging issue. It's one that sadly is ongoing and continues, but it's because of all of your work that you're making a difference. So the City Council fully supports you, and we thank you.
Yeah, the folks who have joined us here up in front of the dais this morning, they're really the ones on the front lines, from law enforcement to our nonprofits, partners. We know that these issues don't happen or occur within a vacuum in and of themselves, but they're all tied together with a lot of other pressing issues we have here in the Valley. And so while we work slowly here in government and implement new policies and programs to try and prevent these types of domestic violence from happening, we appreciate our partners who are out there on the front lines dealing with it as it does occur, continue to occur on a daily basis. So congratulations to organizations who are receiving the proclamation this year, and again, thank you for your service.
I would say I'm going to be brief, but everybody that said they were going to be brief was not brief. Thank you guys for the work that you do. To our partners at Marjorie Mason, the Centro La Familia, had an opportunity to tour your facilities not that long ago. Had a chance to see firsthand the great work that you guys do, and thank you so much for really reaching into communities that are oftentimes in the shadows and doing it in their appropriate cultural and languages. That's been an issue that's been very prevalent with the Latino community. It's oftentimes unreported or underreported, but it's the work that you guys do that allow them to come out of that vicious cycle that a lot of our families are exposed to, and we know what that leads up to for children in the foster care system, for children that are out in the streets. So thank you guys for the work you do, and you will always have the City of Fresno support. Thank you.
Good morning. Up here with me are the domestic violence detectives. They're the ones that are wearing purple. They're Sergeant Adrian Alvarez and their commander, Lieutenant Challenbide. Our goal in the domestic violence unit is to disrupt that cycle of violence. But we don't get that opportunity. We're not very successful unless we partner with two incredible organizations, the Marjorie Mason Center and Centro La Familia. And both are led by dynamic leaders with incredible executive teams that we love working with. And so we just don't call them. They're in the car with us. They're in there, their advocates are with us. And sometimes where cases don't come to fruition, they make it happen because of those advocates. And so we've been very fortunate. We're here to support them, and we support them throughout the year. And great job, and great, these organizations, again, we have two commanders that sit on their boards, and these organizations are very special to us. Thank you.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. And thank you, council members, for the proclamation and to bring awareness to domestic violence and its impact on victims, their families, and the community. So my name is Martin Rodriguez, and I'm a victim advocate and supervisor within our Victim Services Department. And Centro La Familia provides services, support to Fresno residents through our neighborhood resource centers located in District 1, 3, and 4. And one of our core services is assisting victims, survivors of domestic violence. Domestic violence is a crime with serious, widespread, and hidden societal problems that affects thousands of families in our city of Fresno. Domestic violence is pervasive in our community, and many individuals need support. We know that one person cannot do the work alone, one family cannot do it alone, one organization cannot do it alone. But we as a community, and in establishing the community partnerships that we can do this together, because domestic violence is a community-wide issue with no cookie-cutter approach. To ensure we are meeting the needs of our culturally diverse community, we work in collaboration with other community-based organizations and law enforcement entities. Thank you to our partners, Marjorie Mason Center, Crime Victim Assistance Center, RCS Fresno, Central California Legal Services, Fresno Police Department, Fresno County District Attorney's Office, and many others for joining hands with us on this cause. And now we'll be passing the mic to Kendi, who is one of our victim advocates at Centro La Familia, to share a few remarks.
I will be brief. Thank you, Martin, and thank you, council members, for the opportunity to be here today, for shining light on domestic violence and bringing awareness to the cause. My most sincere gratitude to our community partners for the collective work being done. As a victim advocate, I have seen the long-term damaging effects on the well-being of victims, survivors, their families, friends, and communities. Additionally, many children who have witnessed domestic violence become socialized in believing that abuse is normal. Being abused and dying at the hands of the person you once loved or still love should not be the norm for any community. I stand here before you because everyone knows somebody. I know somebody. And I respectfully ask the council and all those that are here today to raise your hand if you know somebody that has been impacted by domestic violence. Please keep in mind when you support the efforts to raise awareness for this cause, you are honoring those who you have raised your hand for. And for them is this proclamation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief as you guys were brief. Yeah, I had the unique opportunity to spend a career in law enforcement, and so I got to see firsthand the impact that domestic violence has on a community, and the fact that violence begets violence. And when children witness violence, they're more likely to be involved in violent behavior, and oftentimes they join gangs or are involved in domestic violence later on in their life as a suspect. And so I also had the privilege of serving for 10 years on the Marjorie Mason Center board, and got to see the incredible work that they do behind the scenes quietly. And I also got to work with Centro La Familia very closely with Mario and his folks. And what we do know is that the capacity is strained, that there is far more demand for services than there is supply. And which is why I'm grateful the council and the administration supplied the Marjorie Mason Center with additional $300,000, but quite frankly, that still is not enough for either of these organizations. So we have much work to do in our community in terms of awareness, in terms of services, and in terms of enforcement, but I do think that we're far ahead of many communities across the state in the way that we approach it. So thank you guys, and I'll turn it over, I think, to Nicole, or no?
Thank you, Mayor. I like to remind the mayor when I'm in his ear that he hired me. So if he doesn't like what I'm saying, he hired me. I thank you to the mayor, to the council for continually recognizing Domestic Violence Awareness Month and for your continued partnership. I'm really excited that Centro La Familia is joining us today, and hope that we expand this if there's room on the stage for all of the partners next year. So thank you. As you've heard, it's a time for us to reflect, right? Domestic violence happens every day in our community. There's just a national month to raise awareness, but it is something that we need to work towards prevention and commitment to supporting survivors. It affects millions of people across the nation, transcending race, ACE, and socioeconomic status. This month, we have a variety of events at the Marjorie Mason Center, including next month our top 10 professional women in leading business awards, which I'm really excited that Margarita Rocha is one of our honorees this year. It's a sold-out event, but we also bring in speakers to raise awareness. So if you don't have your tickets, please contact Ashley Wolf today, because we won't have any after today. Last year, we embarked on a wonderful journey together in partnership with law enforcement to say, what does domestic violence look in our community? Council President Perea eloquently said, sometimes we just don't know. There are just calls, and we don't know the why, we don't know the who, we don't know the what. And it was a labor of love for all law enforcement agencies to add additional data collection and export it and extract it. And it's live on our website that anybody can look and see what's actually happening in our community. What I will say, since January 2023, there's been over 9,000 reports with 20,000 victims in the city of Fresno. Of those reported, 76% identified as female and 23% identified as male. 38% of those victims were aged 25 to 34, and the scary statistic that is over 13% of them are under the age of 18. This is 2,732 youth here in the city of Fresno that have experienced domestic violence and reported it to law enforcement over the last 18 months, knowing that most domestic violence goes unreported. Victims ages 13 to 19 who are in a dating relationship are reported as 1.7 times more likely to experience physical violence and 6.5 times more likely to experience sexual assault. That's more than any other age group. So we do have a lot of work to do. These are our community numbers, and we have to work together to stop these crimes. I'm proud at the Marjorie Mason Center for our prevention program, and to say that our teen dating violence prevention program is in 52 Fresno County high schools and middle schools, including every single Fresno Unified School District middle school and high school, and ranging from the rural schools from Mendota and Kalinga all the way to Orange Cove. So this year, we just encourage you to get involved with any of our organizations in any effort, even organizations that are not here. There's things you can do at home, at school, at work, on social media. There's a Domestic Violence Awareness Month guide on our website to start the conversation. Start it. I want to thank our Chief Programs Officer, Leticia Campos, and our Development and Philanthropy and Communications Director, Ashley Wolf, and our Police Department and CBO partners that are here today. So thank you.
Clerk?
Yes, we do have two proclamations to give out today, one for Centro La Familia, the other for Marjorie Mason Center. So I have asked the clerk to give an abbreviated reading of these two proclamations. City Clerk, thank you.
All right. Whereas domestic violence is a long-standing and overlooked societal problem that affects millions of individuals across the United States each year, regardless of race, age, sex, and income. And whereas Centro La Familia Advocacy Services is a local community-based organization that offers a full range of legal services for domestic violence survivors, such as assistance with reporting crimes to law enforcement, filing requests for restraining orders, assistance with humanitarian relief, educational courses about the criminal justice system, and providing referrals and counseling. And whereas Centro La Familia Advocacy Services is recognized as a culturally specific and responsive organization that provides vital support to survivors of domestic violence, particularly within the Latino community, now therefore be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Councilmember Miguel Arias, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Fresno. And whereas more than 9,000 domestic violence calls are received by the City of Fresno Police Department alone each year, and as Fresno County's only dedicated provider of domestic violence, safe housing, and support services, Marjorie Mason Center serves over 8,200 adults and children impacted by domestic violence annually and also provides services to those who cause harm. And whereas Purple Thursday, October 17th, is a national day dedicated to remembering the victims of domestic violence, to supporting survivors, and to raising awareness on local resources available to put an end to domestic violence. And whereas a partnership of organizations has emerged to directly confront the crisis and are achieving success, the Marjorie Mason Center, along with law enforcement, healthcare providers, clergy, and concerned citizens, are helping in an effort to end domestic violence. We must recognize the compassion and dedication of these volunteers and professionals and increase public understanding of this important problem. We do hereby proclaim October 2024 Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk. Up next, we have the proclamation for Code Enforcement Appreciation Week. I'm going to ask the team to come on down.
Come on. Ray, you too. George.
I'm going to ask the entire Code Enforcement team to come on down.
I'll put it back here real quick. You guys can go around into the back.
While everyone is working to get up here, and as you can see, if CMAT can zoom out and show everyone that is up here, this is a very important week to give appreciation to a team that sometimes it hides in the back and in the back seat, in the back row. And so I want to just give some examples of the incredible work that this team does. If you are a renter in the city of Fresno, and if you are facing substandard conditions, possibly you live in a building that might be ran by a slumlord, it's this team that helps you improve your quality of life. If you see trash in the city, illegal dumping, mattresses, tires, it's this team that helps to clean up our city. It's this team that rolls up their sleeves and physically goes out there and helps to clean up our city. If you see vacant or blighted buildings in our city, it is this team that handles those calls. The list goes on. Sign enforcement, mobile home park inspections. It's the blood, sweat, and tears that comes from the code enforcement team that makes our city a better place to be. And so on behalf of the entire city council, I want to thank everyone for being here. One thing I do want to highlight is new to our city is the after hours code enforcement team, which I'm hoping that maybe Erica can talk a little bit more about. But this is a team that is new to our city and addresses code enforcement issues after hours on weekends. And this is new for the city of Fresno. So you can rest assured that no matter what time of the day it is, no matter what day of the week it is, this team behind me is working proactively to solve problems in our city before they even happen in many cases, before you even get to understand if there really is a problem in our city. This team is addressing those problems. I'm going to hand it off to our city attorney, who is going to more eloquently just rave about this team, because this is really, I'll say Public Works, close your ears, but this is truly one of my favorite teams in the city for all the good work they do for District 1 and beyond.
All right. Thank you, Council President. And actually, I couldn't have said it any better. This is our way to say thank you to each and every one of you for going out there every single day, kicking butt, keeping our community safe, keeping our kids safe, keeping our streets clean. We really appreciate all of the work that you do. And as Council President said, you do a lot of stuff that goes unrecognized. And this week is the time that we say thank you to each and every one of you. And I do have a special announcement to make today. This is fresh right off the press. As you all know, last year we entered into an MOU with the Attorney General to go after illegal cannabis use here in the city of Fresno. That team, Monica, Michael, George, you've all been recognized by the State Association for Code Enforcement Officers as the innovative program of the year. And it's the first of its kind in the state. And I know that Erica gets calls every day from other communities. How do we do this? And you guys have done it. You guys have gone out there and tackled this very difficult problem that is prevalent in our community. I know the job's not done, but you guys have done an excellent and great job. And I know that you're going to be receiving the award in November. Is that correct? At the meeting in Long Beach. So just want to say congratulations to your team and the code enforcement team at large. Thank you for all that you do.
In addition, I echo the sentiments of our council president and our city attorney, but I personally want to just extend my sincerest appreciation to all of your commitments, to the excellence that you show to our profession and to the well-being of our community and the neighborhoods that you serve. So thank you very much.
City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Council President, may I say just a quick brief words?
Sure,
real brief, I promise.
Please brief.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to our division here. Look at this, I would say, little army. It's a huge army, actually, that really keeps our city clean and going. So we appreciate all of you, appreciate the responsiveness and keeping our districts clean and our residents very, very happy. Thank you.
Council President, I also want to say,
all of us.
I also want to be recognize you. You really are do a great service for the public, and all of us here. We contact for code enforcement services. You do a great job. You do keep the city safe and healthy and clean, and all of us up here, believe me, are grateful for all the great work that you do. It's phenomenal, and so it's great to recognize what you do. Thank you.
And for my part, thank you, and please don't be so patient with slumlord J.D. Holmes. You have the green light to treat them as they deserve to be treated and to watch out for the best interests of our residents. Andrew.
Got it.
All right, City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Certainly. Whereas the dedicated officers of code enforcement in the city of Fresno are committed to safeguarding the health, safety, and welfare of its residents by enforcing local, state, and federal laws that govern building, zoning, housing, and public health standards. And whereas code enforcement officers play a vital role in improving the quality of life for both residents and businesses in Fresno, often carrying out demanding and challenging work without the recognition they deserve. whereas their responsibilities have significantly expanded in recent years, now including specialized teams such as the abatement team, mobile home parks team, night weekend team, and the Cannabis Administrative Prosecutor Program team. And whereas code enforcement officers are certified, dedicated, and highly qualified professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And whereas code enforcement officers often have a highly visible role in the community and interact with the public daily, as well as with other government agencies. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the dedication and professionalism of its code enforcement officers and honors their essential contributions to improving the quality of life for Fresno residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the second week of October to be Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in the City of Fresno. Woo!
Up next is going to be council member reports and comments, and I'm going to start with council member Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. A couple things going on in the district right now. I want to give thanks to staff for. I want to thank both our Public Works Department and our Parks Department for their help creating what is known now as Keats Park. This was a vacant lot 3.5 years ago when I started office. It was a source of many complaints from the neighbors. There were homeless people staying there overnight. In the middle of a neighborhood, there was a lot of trash building up. There was a lot of weeds, and we get a lot of calls about this lot. And over the last couple of years, we've been able to turn it into a very beautiful park. We have a little library there. We have a little path that goes through. We have trees. We're going to be planting some flowers. We'll be posting those to social media for folks to check it out, but it's a model I'd like to implement more where possible. Again, taking a vacant lot that wasn't utilized, we had the land donated by the property owner, and we're able to turn it into a little mini park in the middle of a neighborhood that folks can now enjoy. It's clean and it's beautiful, and it wouldn't look like that without Director Mosier and Director Aguirre. So thank you very much. And speaking of Public Works, we are doing a lot of improvements along Shaw Avenue corridor. We are doing a lot of beautification. We're planting more trees. We're putting up new lights in front of Fresno State campus for added security measures. So again, thanks to Public Works for everything that you're doing along the Shaw Avenue corridor. Last Wednesday, I had the opportunity to go talk to Jim Boren's Advanced Communication and Journalism class. If you guys know Jim Boren, he's the former editor of the Fresno Bee. He now teaches at Fresno State. He invited me to come speak to his class, and I was happy to talk to them about what local government does, what the city council does, what our powers and responsibilities are, and how to read a council agenda. It can be very confusing, but it was a great class. I think I see a couple of students in the back. So welcome to you. As long as you ignore everything Councilmember Arias says today, you guys will be just fine. And lastly, on October 19th, that's going to be the Saturday after this upcoming one at 11 a.m., we're going to have our 4th annual Fall Fest. This is something that we do every year in the district. It's at Large Park off of Gettysburg and Millbrook. This is a free event. We invite families from across the district to join us for free food. We have free pumpkins that the children can paint that day. There's going to be a costume contest and face painting and games and prizes for all the kids. So if you're looking for something to do with the kids, again, on October 19th at 11 o'clock, please join us at Large Park for our 4th annual Fall Fest. Thank you, Council President. Vice President.
No problem. Next, we have Councilmember Chavez. Okay, Councilmember Redefeld. Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Good news for G7 residents in the Dakota, First, Shields, and Fresno neighborhood. Since my first year as a council member in 2019, this neighborhood has continuously requested and advocated for their streets to be repaved. And I think a few budgets ago, we secured that funding, and we're happy to report that the project will finally begin this month. And so I want to thank those residents for their patience over the years, and happy to see that that's now being executed, and looking forward to those brand new roads within that particular neighborhood. Earlier this morning, we recognized Indigenous Peoples Day here in the city of Fresno, but again, I'd like to remind and invite everyone to join us for our what's going to be the 4th annual Indigenous Peoples Day celebration this coming Monday at 10 a.m. right here in front of City Hall, as we've done the last several years. There's a couple of trunk or treat events in District 7 I'd like to take a moment to highlight. There is the Fresno Center's Trunk or Treat that will be held Friday, October 18th from 6 to 8. Again, it's at the Fresno Center. There'll be candy, community resources, different fun activities, food and entertainment as well. And additionally, the New Manchester, the Manchester Center's Trunk or Treat, that's the next day, Saturday, October 19th. That will be from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that's out in the parking lot out at the Manchester Center, Blackstone and Shields. So I want to invite residents and families to attend both those events. Lastly, I had just a brief note on the California Economic Summit. I had the pleasure of attending the California Economic Summit this week. A great opportunity to engage with and learn from economic leaders across the state to promote our city, promote Fresno, bring back best practices to our city. Attended different events and workshops focused on job growth, energy production, and building sustainable transportation and housing, of course. But thank you, Council President. That'll conclude my remarks for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Arias, did you have remarks today?
Thank you, Council President. As you all know, I only give compliments when staff goes above and beyond their normal duties. So I do have a few thank yous today to the graffiti abatement team. You guys have done an awesome job of removing graffiti in the same day that's reported by our office. So thank you for that. DPU's litter control team, same thing. Whenever we call you, you show up the same day. You pick up all the trash that's being left by the unhoused and the general public. Thank you again for that. And our captain of the Southwest Policing District, Steve, he's been very responsive to our office. As a matter of fact, this week he did a walkthrough of some of the areas in South Tower and got to observe with court enforcement and our city attorney the conditions of some of those areas, the blighted buildings, the vacant commercial buildings, and the open drug use and crimes that are being committed in South Tower. So thank you for those folks. Of note, City Manager, I haven't met our captain for the Tower Precinct. I think we're on the 4th captain in my tenure. It's been difficult to get a response from that precinct, so if we can do some follow-up with that captain, that would be helpful. I don't know who it is at this point anymore. The Chinatown Downtown Facade Program has officially launched. We invite people who own small businesses in Chinatown Downtown to apply. The application deadline is November 13th for you to access some of the city funds to make improvements on your facade for your small businesses. Lastly, the speed bump application window has opened. This cycle closes October 31st. And unlike the County of Fresno, we don't require residents to pay any cost of the speed bump installation in your neighborhood. So we invite you to apply. Thank you, Council President.
Good clarification. Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President.
Sure. Lots of kudos to give out. I just wanted to thank, I was able to tour and have a meeting with the County Department of Public Health. It was very informative. Gary, we missed you on that one. But got to meet with Joe Prado and his team out there and learn about the plethora of services they offer. It was a good experience, and I thank them for all they do for the community. Also want to give a shout out to Public Works, Scott Mosier and your team, thank you. There's a lot of things happening. I won't go through the list, but I'm getting a lot of calls of happy residents. So thank you for all the projects you're working on. There's just so much need, and you guys are constantly delivering. And then when it comes to public safety, I want to thank Councilmember Redefeld. I want to thank our 2 police captains for Northwest and Northeast, as well as Clovis Unified and Trustee Clint Olivier. We've had a lot of issues along the Blackstone corridor, especially around Pinedale, and it's been a real big problem. And code enforcement as well has been very helpful through this process, so kudos to you, City Attorney. We have several businesses out there, and of course a lot of the unhoused that are continuing to have rampant open public drug use. It's not the thing in movies, unfortunately, it really happens, and that's the way kids get home from school, or they go to their community center, and it's really, really rough seeing that. So thank you so much, Councilmember, and for staff for just constantly being on that, and to our HEART team as well for helping us to address this challenge. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Just a few remarks from updates from District 1. I had an opportunity to speak at a political science class recently at Fresno City College, and so I just want to thank Professor Trezza for continuing to invite me to come back each semester. And then thank you to the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation. Every year they do what's called a Latinapreneur program, where they fund stipends for up-and-coming or existing Latina-based businesses, small businesses. And so I had an opportunity to speak at that event last week. And then I did have the pleasure of attending the 5th annual Happily Ever After Storyland event, celebrating yet another year of success. And so I just want to reiterate my support for Storyland. And last, I do want to thank the Central Policing District. They, in partnership with them, we were able to host a National Coffee with the Cop event at Mi Cafecito Cafe in the Tower District, which brought out quite a few residents from the Tower. And so I want to just say thank you for partnering with me on that program. Is Mr. Mayor here? There you are. Any remarks today, Mayor?
Yeah, just a couple. Had the opportunity to meet with folks from India, from the Punjab Agricultural University. Celebrated the partnership that they created with Fresno State in their agricultural program. We did that Tuesday night. And then yesterday participated in the ribbon cutting over at Clovis Community College, which all of you know is in the city of Fresno. It is on the west side of Willow. And they have their applied technology center that has now been opened, and it is state-of-the-art and looks very much, quite frankly, like a four-year university would, a UC, in terms of all of the labs that they have set up for that particular college. So just wanted to brief the council on those 2 items.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager?
I do have a few. We had some important items go out this week to council, actually in the last couple weeks. One, the long-awaited update on the Measure P highest needs neighborhood definition. That train memo went out this week. Staff will be reaching out to sit down to meet with each and every one of you to review that and the various maps. As you know, that is a big deal and determines where a chunk of Measure P funding is spent. Also, the VMT EIR has been put out for public comment. You all may remember that VMT is a new state law requirement that we have to follow in processing development applications. Our development community has been anxiously awaiting the circulation of this EIR. And then also, I know you guys will be discussing possibly today, we did send out a very thick memo on the Tower District specific plan. They were the attachments that included all of the comments that were received from the implementation committee and from the public. And so I think that went out a couple weeks ago, but wanted to make sure that you had sufficient time to be able to review that before taking action on initiation. So just wanted to flag those for you in case. I know you get a lot coming through your inboxes. Wanted to make sure you were aware those came out. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay, we're going to move on to our scheduled hearing items. We're going to start with our 9:10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and an ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD 9. This is for annexation number 62. We're going to first hear from staff. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President. Adrian Gonzalez, Supervising Engineering Technician with the Public Works Department. So this is the required public hearing to annex Assessor's Parcel Number 444-092-40 into Community Facilities District Number 9. This is a 78-unit multifamily development that is located on the southwest corner of Clinton and Blackstone, which is located in Councilmember Esparza's district, District Number 7. The public improvements that are related to this project include landscaping, sidewalk, curb and gutter, and street lights. The annual cost of services to maintain these facilities totals $3,080, and that includes a typical 2% yearly escalator. We have received the ballot in the affirmative in favor of the annexation. I do not believe the owner is present today. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the record, I will ask if the property owner is here and would like to speak to please go ahead and come up at this time. All right, any questions from the council? All right, I'm going to open it up for a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? Please come up at this time. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing for this item.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Esparza and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 5-0. Up next is the (915) number 1 hearing to consider an appeal regarding tentative parcel map number 2023-13 and the related environmental assessment number TPM 2023-13. First, we're going to hear from staff, followed by the applicant's presentation if they wish to provide one. We'll take questions from the council, open it up for public comment, and then we will discuss and take action. Good morning.
Okay. Thank you, Council President, Vice President, members of the Council. My name is Rob Holt, Supervising Planner with Planning and Development, and today staff brings forth consideration of an appeal of tentative parcel map 2023-13 and the related environmental finding. Can you just go? Yeah, thank you. So a little bit of background on this project. The director approved the parcel map conditions of approval on February 6, 2024. And during the appeal period, the applicant appealed it on February 14th, 2024. Between the appeal period and the Planning Commission meeting, planning staff and Public Works met with the applicant on numerous occasions. And those meetings resulted in removing some of the non-applicable conditions of approval. There was some clarification on improvements required if there was future development or a change of occupancy on the site. And there were some still remaining required improvements, which include compliance with ADA standards on their sidewalks and 2 streetlight installations on Olive Avenue. Additionally, there was a mention of a potential waiver for the parcel map that there is no provision for that as provided in the staff report. And there was also, staff expressed their avenues in finding if a parcel unmerger would be available, which unmerges property that was merged, because this property was merged from 2 to 1 on December 22nd, 2011, and there is no provision for that parcel unmerger because it only applies to those mergers that were recorded prior to January 1, 1984. So this was 2011, it would be after that, so there is no provision for it. With all of that, staff took it to Planning Commission where they denied the appeal and upheld the action of the planning director. And just to show the property from the Olive Avenue side, this is Olive Avenue, the ADA compliant sidewalk requirement. There are some areas of the sidewalks on all three frontages where there's higher slope than what's required. And also on this street, there would be installation of 2 street lights. And details on those requirements can also be provided by Public Works if questioned. So just want to explain what a parcel map is. It is a subdivision of land into 4 or fewer parcels. And so this property is currently 1 parcel, and they want to subdivide it into 2, which is between that 4 or fewer. So that's what a parcel map does. What it's subject to are mandatory conditions of approval under our code section 153311. Those conditions, those mandatory conditions require improvements such as the ADA sidewalks and street lights. And those improvement requirements apply for parcel map mandatory conditions whether the property is developed or vacant with proposed development. It does not matter. So again, the creation of the parcel line is the nexus for those mandatory requirements and conditions of approval, not whether new development is proposed. We did receive 2 appeal letters after the Planning Commission's decision, one from the applicant, one from the council member. The applicant's appeal had 2 issues described. One was the U.S. Supreme Court ruling on the proportionality of a local agency's conditions of approval commensurate with a local agency's authority with land use impacts, and that would apply to this project. Staff's responses at that court ruling, which is Sheets v. County of El Dorado, was specific to a condition of a traffic impact fee for a building permit, a fee. That fee came from County of El Dorado's general plan. The requirements for this parcel map are improvements, not fees, and not from our general plan, but codified based on the creation of the parcel line from those mandatory conditions of approval. The second issue identified is that this is not an active development project and the existing property is fully developed with no further improvements. Thus, the improvement requirement conditions do not apply. And as stated previously, those improvement requirements come from those mandatory conditions of approval for parcel maps. These improvements are required regardless if the property is fully developed, partially developed, or vacant. Staff's recommendation based on that information is to approve the environmental assessment, deny the appeal, and uphold the action of the Planning and Development Director's decision to approve it with conditions dated July 3rd, 2024, and subject to the findings which include consistency with the development code, thus those mandatory conditions. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation they'd like to make? Please go ahead and come up. Good morning.
Good morning. Rob always gets me with the height. Good morning, everyone. Council members, city staff, thank you for the opportunity to discuss our appeal and summarize our position. My name is Todd Scheller, the Vice President of Lyles Diversified, retired major from the 144th Fighter Wing. And prior to joining Lyles 23 years ago, I was assistant professor at Fresno State. I started my career with Lyles at 1210 West Olive, which is the east building right next to the Teamsters. We're also going to be discussing the west building, which is 1250 West Olive. This is the second corporate office of Lyles Diversified. The first corporate office was in Avenal, and we donated that office to the city of Avenal, which is the current city hall today. We developed track 2164, the Lyles Plaza, in 1967, and entered into a development agreement with the city for off-site improvements. That was when Olive was 2 lanes, so we helped make it 4 lanes, put in the sidewalk and all the other stuff. You saw in Rob's picture, there were these little cutouts long time ago for future street lights or something at that point in time, which never happened. Beyond the Lyles family impacts to the larger Fresno community, as a construction and development professional, I certainly understand partnering with the city when we want to improve a site. We do that all the time. We enter into development agreements. We put in infrastructure that is necessary. But in this case, for what we're asking for and the goal of this lot line reinstatement, There really is no nexus to that from what we feel. This is kind of that square peg, round hole, right? Our goal 3 years ago now was to donate our 1250 office building to the zoo. And that came about when some of our corporate offices moved to another part of Fresno. We have WM Lyles Co. at 1210, still there. But rather than demoing the 1250 office building and or trying to find a tenant, and we're all aware of the challenges of the Olive 99 corridor, it's not a big office area, we asked the zoo, and the zoo gratefully agreed to that request, thankfully. And they've currently occupied that office since then, but they're a tenant. They obviously want to own their own building. In order to do that, we need to put the lot line back. It was there for 44 years. When we developed the track, up until we removed the line, nothing's changed beyond that. However, city staff is requiring updated ADA sidewalks, new streetlights, fees, and dedicated easements that would require us to revise our existing egress and parking areas for a lot line that we feel has no nexus to that request. It's your sidewalk now, it's your right-of-way now, so, and which was dedicated to us in '67. So asking us to improve that now for just a lot line reinstatement for a building donation seems a little excessive. We all know that the high-speed rail will completely revise the Olive area over the next few years. So there's no direct correlation for a $500,000 to $700,000 investment in infrastructure for a $500,000 to $700,000 donation to the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. No offense, John, on the value there. So the square peg round hole comment, I'll focus a little bit on Rob's comments. In the conditions of appeal through the public works requirements, we're required to complete all of the off-site improvements before a certificate of occupancy is issued. We already have that. We're already occupied. I think city staff discounts the development concerns that we have because in Fresno Municipal Code, there is a definition of development. It's strewed throughout the conditions. And I quote, development means any building, structure, or other improvement or construction, erection, or installation thereof in, over, or upon the parcel. Again, we have everything existing on both buildings. So we really don't comply with the development definition within the Fresno Municipal Code. Rob did mention the mandatory conditions of 1533, Fresno Municipal Code 1533-11. However, that is based on 1533-09, which is the required findings. And all the required findings are construction related. It focuses on design and development, not existing conditions. So that's where we really feel the square peg round hole is. There's nothing in the MAP Act. Believe me, I've searched. We've had legal counsel search that. There's nothing in Fresno Municipal Code for just reinstating a lot line when you're not doing anything else. And that's where this is really a unique situation from that perspective. So your approval of our appeal will uphold the code requirements, we feel, because this is a strictly unique situation, nothing else going on. Strongly urge all the council members to consider my points this morning. The goal of donating this to the zoo, we can't do the donation without them having their own parcel. Reinstating a lot line that had been there for 44 years and nothing else to accomplish that is a good goal for, I think, for the city and for us. And it's extremely important that for the community that the zoo occupies this area. It's right across the street. It's important that we stay there. They cannot be a long-term tenant. They want to own their own building as every business owner does. So I just urge you to look at those facts in light of what city staff has presented. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And I will go to the council next for questions. Up first, I have Council Member Arias.
Great.
Thank you, Council President. Legal counsel, I'm going to need your help on this item. I'm probably going to hear the item today and ask for it for decision to be tabled to November as I do some additional research with legal counsel. But I do have some questions for the applicant and the city. So just to back up a little bit.
Yeah.
Big picture, the Fresno Chaffee Zoo's growth limits them from expanding their physical space within Roding Park. One of the mitigations to that was to relocate their administrative offices off Roding Park.
Correct.
To allow additional exhibits to grow within the boundaries of the zoo without taking up additional green space within Roding Park. So they've been across the street. This parcel is kind of sandwiched between Caltrans and high-speed rail property. Am I correct?
You're correct.
The high-speed rail property is vacant property that's currently being used or has been used for several years as a staging area for the construction equipment.
The old Kmart, yes, sir.
Right, the old Kmart. On the other side, Caltrans is their somewhat headquarters, but also their parcel's planning for a significant reduction because they're expanding to 4 roundabout interchanges on Olive.
That's correct.
So my question for Public Works, if I may, is, isn't Caltrans going to have to make improvements since they're the ones undertaking the massive interchange upgrade in this corridor? And what, if any, plans is high-speed rail required to make improvements to this corridor given their massive footprint as well?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So I first just wanted to mention this is a uniform application of the adopted development code, these provisions. As far as high-speed rail and Caltrans, just to clarify and correct some things, Olive and West is to be signalized by the High-Speed Rail Authority as one of their EIR mitigation measures. That has not yet occurred. Caltrans does have, they have the adopted 99 project. It does tie in at the northwest corner of Olive and West as far as where their work begins. The area in question, the sidewalk along Olive Avenue, along the frontage of this property, it is not being reconstructed by either project. It is remaining as it exists today. High-speed rail, they are building an overpass of the Union Pacific corridor. That overpass will touch down at the Roding Park Zoo entrance at that point. So this is a gap that's not impacted by either the Caltrans project or high-speed rail. And so this is dark as far as street lighting is concerned.
And Director, remind me, when the city went to development agreement with Lyles back in '86, whatever year that was, and they did the offsite improvements, the city was then supposed to come in and install streetlights. Was that the expectation?
Typically, new development is required to install street lighting or with development entitlements.
So why weren't they installed in 1986 and?
I do not personally have information on the 1986 application and conditions as to why or why not.
Does the applicant know?
Yeah.
Because there's cutouts in the sidewalk.
Yeah, the
right?
original 1967. Yeah,
67.
so that's probably why at that point in time, because they still had to take Olive to a 4-lane. So we just did the sidewalk and then left the cutouts for future streetlights or whatever they were going to do. It just was never accomplished. Yeah, just to clarify.
And I noticed on the sidewalks, which are city public right away, correct? They're owned by the city at this point and have been for a bit?
Yes, that is correct.
How long have they been under city ownership?
They've been under city right away since the original Lyles development and when the city annexed that area from the county decades ago.
Decades ago? And I noticed that the, I don't know what you call that, the corner where the ramp goes, pedestrian ramp?
Yes.
What's that called?
The curb return.
Curb return. That's been upgraded to meet ADA standards. It has those yellow, pads. So at some point recently, the city went and did ADA upgrades in that corridor. Because the city's the one that installs those.
Correct. So the city, for about a little bit over about 20 to 25 years, the city has had a curb ramp retrofit program. There was around 2000, there was a settlement agreement, and the city embarked on upgrading or installing roughly 600 curb ramps per year for ADA compliance. So as part of that effort, through Public Works, Street Maintenance Division, that work had been done. So major street ramps like Olive and West, so those have been upgraded.
So when the staff report references ADA compliance, what does that mean since that is ADA compliant? And I've walked the sidewalk a few times in that corridor. it's probably from an A to an F, it's probably an A condition, comparably speaking to most city sidewalks. What exactly is the ADA deficiency that's being identified?
All right. So standard conditions of approval on all new development and on any parcel map. So say, for example, like this project, or if you had an existing shopping center, business park that's then subdividing. Standard requirements are off-site ADA. So that means number one, 4-foot path of travel, level path of travel, flatter than 2% behind all drive approaches. The old style pre-1990, pre-ADA law of a drive approach, you can see in older locations of the city, the driveway comes up all the way to the back of the sidewalk. So there's no ADA compliant path across the driveway. So the requirement is then to upgrade that. The developer, the business owner, property owner dedicates 4 feet and then constructs that path behind the drive approach. So that's one. Second requirement is to repair, reconstruct all off-grade or non-compliant sidewalks. Must be flatter than 2% in cross slope. Prior to the 1990 ADA law, without that requirement in place, sidewalks at times were built 3%, 4%. Those do not meet ADA, and cities and counties are required by federal law transition plan to have those made flatter than 2%.
So, and I'm familiar, given all the sidewalk settlements that we've had to engage in, that when we address the deviation of beyond 2%, we just go and shave down the area where it's deviated. We're not reconstructing a complete block of sidewalk. What is the proposed requirement for the applicant? Are we requesting that they reconstruct the whole block?
Council, only the sections that would not comply. So the main items are, again, at the entrance to the parking lot. That requires then the 4-foot path of travel sidewalk behind the driveway, and then also any sections that are flatter than 2% can remain along all of there are some sections that exceed that. Staff has worked over the past about 7 months very closely with the applicant on that. So it's well defined as to what would be needed or not needed to address that issue for offsite for ADA compliance.
And as you noted, staff basically applied the standard requirements for any separation of parcels, irrespective of whether the site is fully built out and there's no change of use, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you, Director. Those are my questions. For the applicant, is there going to be any change of use, or is it going to remain office?
Remain office. Yeah, because it's already been rezoned. So if we tore a building down or did anything else, we'd have to do mixed use, something like that, Rob? Yeah, mixed use. So we're going to, I mean, it's a little corridor there, right, with the Farm Bureau and the Teamsters and everybody. We're going to hang out in the office area.
What do you estimate the cost to be to meet the current proposed conditions?
I think anywhere from $500,000 to $700,000, depending on street lights, and because we have to bore underneath west and some of those things. I do think it would be interesting, though, if I leave today and call the city and say, I have a sidewalk that's out of compliance on ADA, it'll be put on your city list to redo. So that's a little rough on.
And the site is fully built out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
No further improvements.
Okay. Director, one last question for you. If the applicant was to adhere to your streetlight improvements and sidewalk improvements, I'm assuming they would require a building permit, correct, for streetlights?
It would be a street work permit, correct, not a building permit for on-site work.
Would that require a traffic control plan?
There would be a pedestrian traffic control plan, correct, just for that period of work. Yes, a traffic control plan, but fairly minor.
Fairly minor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
City Attorney, I have some additional questions for legal counsel for follow-up research. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to table this item to the November 7th meeting for final determination. Oh, that's right. I'll turn it back to you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Before we take any motions, I'm going to open it up for public comment. But prior to that, City Manager, did you have a question or comment?
I do have a comment. I just want to go back to, I appreciate all that the Lyles companies have done for the city of Fresno. And just, the difficulty in this item, but it's staff's job to implement the code. And, we have appeal processes, which is why this item is before you today. I know there have been extensive meetings trying to determine a level of flexibility if we had, and I know certainly it sounds like Councilmember Arias will be discussing further with the Attorney's Office, but respectfully, disagree with the legal impression that the applicant has. We have consulted with legal counsel, with the department on what the code requires us to do, and it's their job to follow the code. I think we put ourselves in a horrible, staff is directed to try and, where there's flexibility allowed, to work with applicants to be as flexible as possible. But when it comes down to, a code issue as to, this is defined as a tentative parcel map, and these are the requirements of a tentative parcel map, we don't have a lot of flexibility. So it's not, staff not wanting to work with the applicant. It's a matter of where there's no flexibility for us. So, look forward to continuing the dialogue with the Attorney's Office. But once again, just a reminder, it's staff's job to implement the code. I don't want them to start being willy-nilly, depending on what may happen on this dais. It's their job to stick to their position, and the council has the ability to appeal, and we'll go through that process. And if ultimately the council can make those findings, great. But we'll continue to have staff implement the code as is their job. And I don't want this to reflect on them that they're not being sympathetic to, the zoo having a donated office building. That sounds wonderful, but they can't consider that as part of their decision making. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record. Thank you.
Understood, City Manager. Thank you. I'm going to open it up for public comment. This is the 9:15 a.m. number 1 item. John, I do have your card up here if you'd like to come speak at this time. You'll have 3 minutes.
I have been in this chambers multiple times and never realized you could raise or lower this. It's very cool. So I first of all, good morning, Council. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear these comments. My name is John Forrest Dolan. I'm the CEO and Zoo Director of the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, which is the hopeful recipient of this donated parcel or donated building from Lyles Diversified. And I want to start by acknowledging what City Manager White has just said, which is there's no question that everybody is acting in good faith here. And none of this is about casting aspersions on anybody's reading of the codes and their feelings of being restricted by those readings. But I will, and perhaps naively, just say perhaps we could apply some common sense to this particular situation in which Lyles is trying to donate a building that is already filled with tenants. In the context, it is listed here in the agenda item as the institution of a lot line, and it is not. It is the restoration of the original lot line, and I think that is an important distinction to make and context to have for this. I also want to point out that Lyles Diversified is an incredible civic citizen here in Fresno, and that the Fresno Chaffee Zoo strives to be the same. And what we are trying to do here is affect something that is for the benefit of the entire city. This actually brings the administrative functions of the zoo together in an effective and efficient way. It has allowed us to move staff out of substandard and non-productive spaces for the betterment of the operation of the zoo and for the betterment of the city of Fresno. So I would simply ask that you uphold the appeal, deny the planning director's action and restore the original lot line designation with a minimum of disruption. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come up at this time. Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. Councilmember Arias, would you like to make a motion?
So if you can pull up the photo, if you would, of the site. You know, this sidewalks and ADA and lighting has been a big fixture of my tenure at City Hall. And what I'm struggling, and I do appreciate City Manager and your staff applying the code as written. That's absolutely what we expect you to do, and I appreciate that. But whenever I attend zoo board meetings, I intentionally park at this parking lot and walk through Roding Park to the zoo. One, it gives me a chance to look at all the trees that need to be addressed and some of the homeless encampments on the way to the entrance of the park. And two, it lets me observe what's taking place in the pedestrian side of these streets. And what I struggle with on that image, the next image, is this sidewalk has had improvements several times by the city itself. One on the ADA on-ramp, others we've done on essentially the center part of the sidewalk. And these improvements, again, this sidewalk as compared to other city sidewalks, it's a really good condition. Curb and gutter's in good condition, sidewalks in good condition. I don't see this as justifying a significant $500,000 reconstruction. When you go to, you can do on this photo, when you go to the drive approach, same thing. Fully built out, in good condition. This area has a high concentration of the unsheltered, and they're consistently going through there. I've never received a complaint. We don't have any tickets on file of folks having concerns with this sidewalk. All the others we have quite a bit of, but not in this corridor. So I was going to continue this to November 7th, but I'm just going to go ahead and try and put this to bed today. So, Council, what I'd like to do is make a motion to approve the item without any of the conditions. In what format do you need that motion? Yes. I'd like to approve the parcel map separation without the conditions. In what form do you need that motion in?
I think your motion there is pretty clear what it is.
Is there any technical changes I have to make?
I'll second that. Councilmember Arias.
Is that sufficient, City Attorney?
In the world of approve, deny, adopt, could
just
be confusing.
the one thing that we would recommend is that you make the findings under section 153804.
Section
15-3804.
Okay. All right, so my motion is I make the findings under section 153804.
Councilmember, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could we take a 5-minute break so we can write this out for you so we don't get sued?
Happy to accommodate.
At this time, we will take a 5-minute recess. We will be back at 10:55. We left off with Councilmember Arias making a motion on the 9:15 a.m. number 1 item. Councilmember, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm ready when Councilmember Maxwell's ready. Make a motion to grant the appeal and approve the project without sidewalk and lighting conditions. Specifically, council finds under Fresno Municipal Code 15-3311 and 15-3804. There currently exists adequate overhead lighting, and the underground lighting system is not required based upon the nature of the neighborhood, the amount and type of existing development, and the existing or potential traffic in the area. Given the present good condition of the sidewalk, improvements are not required.
Second that motion, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Up next is the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno CFD number 9, annexation 59. This is for final parcel map number 2004-36. Good morning.
Good morning. Adrian Gonzalez, Public Works Department. This is the required public hearing to annex parcel map 2004-36 into CFD number 9. This is the Fancher Creek Business Park, which is an 80-acre commercial development that's located along Belmont between Fowler and Armstrong. This is located in Council District number 5, which is Councilmember Chavez's district. The public improvements that are related to this project are going to be the landscaping and street lights. The annual cost of services to maintain these facilities is going to total $2,444.58, and that's going to be per acre. This includes a typical 2% yearly escalator. We have received the ballots in the affirmative. There were a number of property owners here in this particular district boundary. We have received all of those ballots in the affirmative in favor of the annexation. I do not believe the developer is present, or any actually of the property owners. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. For the record, is there a property owner or applicant here that wishes to speak? Seeing none, I will bring it up to the dais. Councilmember Chavez.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'm going to take it out for public comment if that's okay first. Okay. I'm going to open up the public comment for the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item. Would anyone like to provide comment on this item? Please come up. See no one, I will close the public comment period. Councilmember Chavez.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. All right, up next is the 9:25 a.m. hearing. This is to consider initiation of the Tower District Specific Plan update. As previously discussed at our last meeting, there are a number of us that are recused from being able to participate on this item, and so before the drawing is held, we're going to do a drawing to determine which of the conflicted members will be able to participate. So the drawing will be initiated in order to determine the quorum and who will be participating in this item. Before the drawing is held, all council members will recuse ourselves as we typically do. City Clerk, are there any details you'd like to say, or City Attorney, prior to us starting the drawing?
Yes, Council President, I will start and then the clerk will go. There is one statement I want to read into the record, and that is, when using the legally required participation exception, the randomly selected participating council members may only participate in public deliberations regarding the matter and any related closed session items required by the law. The council members may not attempt to influence the outcome of the matter behind the scenes. I'm going to put that in quotes. By engaging in private discussions with other members or staff. And so your influence of this item has to be done here in public. And then I will also add one more thing, just like any other putting on the record of your conflicts, please state what that conflict is, if it's, for example, your primary residence, or not your primary residence, a different property.
Thank you, City Attorney. Would you like for me to go down and have each council member state publicly if they have a conflict?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start with Councilmember Arias.
Sure. My conflict with this item involves an interest in real property. The real property at issue is my primary residence. A conflict could arise because the Tower Specific Plan implementation could affect my real property, which is within the bounds of the plan.
Councilmember Maxwell.
No conflict.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. My conflict with this item involves an interest in real property, not my primary residence, so a conflict could arise because the Tower District Specific Plan implementation could affect my real property, which is within the bounds of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, like Councilmember Tyler Maxwell, I have no conflict.
Councilmember Esparza.
So I do have a conflict. My conflict with this item involves an interest in real property. The real property at issue is my primary residence. A conflict could arise because the Tower District Specific Plan implementation could affect my real property, which is within the bounds of the plan.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So my conflict with this item involves an interest in real property. The real property at issue is APN 444-05411. A conflict could arise because the Tower District Specific Plan implementation could affect my real property, which is within the bounds of the plan.
Thank you, Council Vice President. And my conflict with this item involves an interest in real property. This is not my primary residence. The real property is 720 East Vassar. A conflict could arise because the Tower District Specific Plan implementation could affect my real property, which is within the bounds of the plan. With that being said, City Attorney, can we move on to the draw?
Yes.
All right, just so everyone is aware, I am going to be loading a box with red and green cards. We need a minimum number of, the minimum number of council members required for a quorum, and that is 4. We have 2 members who are not conflicted, so they are in. And so I will put 2 green cards in the box and 3 red cards in the box. And they will, one at a time, in reverse council number order, reach into the box and pull out a card. The ones who pull the green cards will be able to participate on this item.
A bizarrely historic moment in this city's history, and I get to kick it off.
All right.
This is the first time we have ever done this.
For the record, this isn't the lottery, Nelson, so.
Behold, the box is empty.
I'm gonna smile when I pull it out.
All right, sir.
Everybody ready? Shaking it up.
Councilmember Esparza pulled a green card, so he will be participating in this item. Councilmember Chavez pulled a red card. He will not participate in this item.
Okay, let's decide.
The tower shall be saved.
Councilmember Arias pulled the second green card. So we now have a quorum for the 9:25 a.m. item. Because the council president and vice president are recused from this item or have a conflict with this item, I will ask Councilmember Arias. We're going to go in numerical order, so I'm going to ask Councilmember Arias to please chair this item.
Ooh, let's the kids play now. City manager? You better put that ball away. Barefoot, you want to be president for the moment? All righty.
Motion for a redraw?
Thank you. All righty. Everybody out the room? Can you have security remove council president from the building? She's taking her time. I always wanted to kick somebody out from the chamber, so.
City Attorney, are there any further disclosures required at this point?
I think you're good.
All right.
All righty. Staff, you want to come up? We will now give the floor to our planning supervisor, correct?
Yes.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes. Good morning, members of the City Council. Adrienne Asadorian Gilbert, Supervising Planner with the Planning and Development Department. I do have a presentation this morning. I'm here to present for your consideration initiation of the Tower District Specific Plan Update. The presentation today is a condensed version of the presentation given to the City Council on September 26th. However, it does repeat some key information pertinent to initiation. And with that, we will get into the presentation. All right, so today we are presenting the draft specific plan update, Tower Entertainment District overlay, and objective design standards for City Council initiation. Initiation allows the environmental review process to begin. Today, the City Council will not be voting to approve these items, but rather to initiate beginning the plan and environmental review process. Once the environmental review process has completed, staff will bring all of these items in addition to the environmental review for final recommendation. I also want to note, as referenced during the workshop presentation to the City Council on September 26th, staff has identified the environmental review process will need to be upgraded from a mitigated negative declaration to an environmental impact report due to the court challenge of the general plan PEIR. On March 16th, 1991, the City Council approved Bill number B-26, which adopted the Tower District Specific Plan. The plan provided objectives and policies pertaining to historic preservation, land use, open space, circulation, and infrastructure, with the overarching purpose of providing both the city and residents with a structure for managing historic resources and neighborhoods in anticipation of future change and development. This effort to establish and prepare the 1991 plan involved a 21-member Tower District Citizens Planning Committee and ongoing outreach efforts. Here we have an overview of the Tower District specific plan boundary. The plan area comprises approximately 3 square miles and is generally bound by State Route 180 to the south, Blackstone Avenue to the east, Shields Avenue to the north, and Fruit Avenue and the Union Pacific Railroad tracks to the west. The plan update process began as a result of community feedback to update the 1991 plan objectives and policies. On May 27th, 2021, the City Council approved Resolution Number 2021-147, which established the Tower District Specific Plan Implementation Committee. This resolution further tasked the committee with preparing an updated specific planning document for future council consideration. And as you can see here, a total budget of $570,590 has been allocated. The consultant teams assisting city staff are Wallace Roberts and Todd, LSA Associates, and Zach Urban Solutions. Implementation committee meetings commenced in January of 2022, and the committee has participated in a robust analysis over the past 2 years. As you can see, some of the topics which were evaluated as part of this analysis, just to name a few, some of those include analyzing existing and planned land uses, looking at the location of residential, commercial, and industrial uses and their relationship to one another, looking at existing park sites and areas for future park designation, and analyzing current historic resources and potential designation of additional districts. Subcommittees were formed focusing on land use, circulation, historic preservation, and parks and open space. Each policy in the 1991 plan, in addition to new policies, were individually reviewed at subcommittee meetings under a keep, remove, revise strategy. Policy updates and revisions were then reviewed at subsequent committee meetings to garner additional feedback and direction. 39 meetings regarding the Tower District Specific Plan update process have been held to date. Again, a testament to the committee, community, and staff's dedication to this effort. And again, I do want to give a special call out to the entire long-range planning team. Every team member has played a vital role in this process, and it truly has been a team effort. And here we have the existing general plan land use map and Tower District Specific Plan proposed land use map. You can see the draft plan update does propose to change some land uses to the general plan land use map. To highlight a few of these changes, the Terrace Gardens, Wilson Island, and Porter Track neighborhoods are all proposed to change from the residential medium density land use to residential medium low. Land uses along Shields are proposed to change generally from employment office to neighborhood mixed use. And land uses along Blackstone are proposed to change from neighborhood mixed use to corridor center mixed use. In total, the Tower District Specific Plan area includes approximately 1,307 acres. 99.5 of those acres, or 5%, are proposed for a land use change. In addition, the proposed map includes park opportunity areas for study. These were general areas noted through feedback received at public outreach events for new park and open space areas. I also want to note the committee has provided direction to establish more precise locations for future parks. I also want to highlight the committee did recommend to rezone all properties zoned light industrial, which include residential uses, to a zone more compatible. These addresses generally include properties located at 348 North Palm, 342 North Palm, 332 North Palm, 462 North Yosemite, and 454 North Yosemite. To note, the committee did also recommend a motion to retain the light industrial zoning for the property generally located at 234 East Franklin. In addition, the city did send out letters to all affected property owners where a land use change is proposed. Of the 377 letters sent, staff received responses from 6 affected property owners that they were not supportive of the proposed land use change. The draft plan update does propose a new overlay, the Tower Entertainment District. City staff heard from many Tower residents on the need to establish regulations for late-night entertainment uses where adjacent to residentially zoned properties. The Tower Entertainment District would apply to establishments with late-night entertainment uses where conditional use permits are required, specifically pertaining to restaurant, bar, and nightclub-related uses that include rear or side outdoor patios. And here we have a map of the Tower Entertainment District boundary. This area is generally bound by McKinley to the north, San Pablo to the east, Belmont to the south, and Fruit to the west. The draft plan update also proposes to establish objective design standards. In June of 2005, the Tower District specific plan design guidelines were established to assist property owners and developers to help guide the character of new development. In 2017, SB 35 established requirements for cities to adopt objective design standards as they pertain to housing. These standards require establishment of a design standard that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark. As part of the draft plan update, city staff, along with our consultants, will work closely with the implementation committee, Tower Design Review Committee, and public to analyze the existing tower design guidelines and update as necessary to ensure design standards are objective and in conformance with the requirements of SB 35. These standards have not yet been drafted, but are intended to accompany the final Tower District specific plan update planning document. Prior to the release of the draft plan update, the implementation committee participated in an independent review of all policies. All responses were anonymous, and the results of this review were presented at subsequent committee meetings. There are a couple key meetings pertinent to initiation today in which the committee made recommendations on changes to the plan that I want to highlight here. On May 14th, the committee made the following unanimous recommendations to the City Council for review. Recommend all draft plan policies with comments as referenced in the committee policy recommendations to the City Council for review. Recommend rezoning residences zoned light industrial back to residential and rezone the Central Valley Cheese Factory building from industrial to a zone more compatible. And recommend edits to policy LU 4.3 to remove reference to ADUs and ACUs. On August 20th, the committee requested to continue initiation of the Tower District specific plan update from the August 29th City Council meeting to September 26th. A motion was made to add the recommended land use changes by the committee from May 14th into the draft plan update. On September 3rd and September 9th, the committee conducted a page-by-page review of the draft plan update. And on September 17th, the implementation committee recommended on motion all comments and requested changes from the September 3rd and September 9th meeting to the City Council for incorporation in the draft plan update at council initiation. An additional motion was made to retain the existing light industrial zoning for the property located at 234 East Franklin. So included in your initiation package, Exhibit H, Committee Comment Matrix, and Exhibit I, Public Comment Matrix, include both the committee's recommendations, public comments received, and staff's recommendations in relation to that feedback. So based on feedback received by both the implementation committee and members of the public, staff does anticipate making changes to the draft plan update after council initiation. Again, each of these changes are referenced in Exhibit H and Exhibit I with staff recommendations, which are included in this initiation package for your consideration today. And just to touch on our current timeline and next steps, the environmental analysis, which now assumes an environmental impact report, will be conducted from summer 2024 through fall of 2025. Preparation of the objective design standards and finalization of the Tower Entertainment District overlay will also occur during that time frame as well. And staff does anticipate presenting the plan for final recommendation to the Planning Commission and City Council in December of 2025. As mentioned previously, the now anticipated environmental impact report process does extend the project timeline and require additional budget of roughly $330,000. So today, for your consideration, staff is recommending adoption of the resolution initiating the tower-specific plan draft land use map and draft-specific plan update with changes as noted in Exhibit H and Exhibit I, adoption of the resolution initiating the Tower Entertainment District overlay, adoption of the resolution initiating the Tower District Specific Plan Objective Design Standards, and you can see here approval of the second amended contract extending the consultant services agreement with Wallace, Roberts, and Todd to June 30th of 2025. I want to note here this time extension does reflect the previous timeline for a mitigated negative declaration. We do now anticipate an environmental impact report, which would require a time extension to December 31st, 2025. Today, Council can approve this timeline, knowing that staff will be bringing forward an updated contract extension to December 31st, 2025, or either not act or deny the time extension before you today, and staff will bring forward an updated contract which reflects an extension to December 31st, 2025. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Before we go to the council and to the public, City Manager, is there anything to add?
I don't think so, other than we believe we've identified a funding source for the environmental work.
Okay, thank you. Before I come to council, I'm gonna go out to the public. On the list of public speakers, Tower District Library as a subject matter. Brooke?
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. I just want to speak on behalf of the Tower District and its need for a general purpose public library. It is within the rough draft. However, what is not included in the rough draft is all of the amenities that the library would bring and service to the betterment of our community in the Tower District. Not only is providing supplemental education sources for all ages, which would include all of our elementary schools, our high school, middle college, high school, and middle school. But I just want you to know that I'm here, I'm watching, I'm part of the conversation, and I'm not going away. So please make sure that you include, that you keep, that you strengthen the resolve for a Tower District library within the Tower District community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public speakers? If so, come on up and identify yourself.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Chris Johnson, Chair of the Specific Plan Committee. I just want to thank you again for your participation in this unique event and what we're going forward with in the Tower District, because it's, you know, one of our, obviously one of our most unique neighborhoods, so why shouldn't we have a unique day like today voting? We concur, I think at this point, we've done a lot of work over these 39 meetings in the 2 years, and would love to see you guys move this forward to the next step so we can get back to work on making improvements to the district and have a new updated plan to help us out with that. So just wanted to thank you and thank our amazing staff that's really helped us through this process as well. And thanks for your work on this today too. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your public service too, and the rest of the committee and staff. I do have one question before I go to my colleagues. This item is bundled several items together. When does the contract expire that you reference?
The current contract expires December 31st of 2024.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll go to my colleagues. Is there any comments, questions on this item?
One more comment.
Let me go to one more member of the public. Come on up, sir.
Good morning. It's still morning, yes. So my name is Elliot. I'm with South Tower. I'm speaking on behalf of South Tower Community Land Trust. I'm the community outreach coordinator, and some of the things we just wanted to highlight within the Tower specific plan is we noticed that in the health and equity report, there was a lot of things that were brought up with inequities and some of the health disparities within the South Tower district. And when you go into the plan, though, the reality is that it was not really expressed on some of the solutions that we were going to put into place to be able to battle some of those things. So we're just looking for some more corrections in that facility for the Tower District Plan. We also wanted to talk about land use, which was outlined in the report, but we proposed that all the existing homes should be rezoned from industrial to residential or mixed use. There were 25 homes that were zoned industrial. Now there's 24 because one of the properties was bought by an industrial property owner. These homes are along Palm, Franklin, Ferger, Belmont, and Yosemite. And the APNs were given to you guys in the spreadsheet. Additionally, we wanted to talk about 3 opportunity sites that we would like to be rezoned to mixed use, and that for catalyst projects that we are looking, and that's, as mentioned, the Central Valley Cheese Building, the southwest corner of Belmont and Fulton, and finally the San Pablo near 180. These changes will provide a bright and equitable opportunity for South Tower District and the concentration of continued concentration of pollution and hazards within Tower District.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, Council, I'll come back to the dais. Member Maxwell? Okay. Member Esparza?
Yeah, so as I had suggested, I believe, last meeting, now that the general public is aware of who the quorum is going to be, I think we should give folks the opportunity to, some time and opportunity to engage us offline. I know the city attorney had indicated that we're not to influence city staff or other council members, obviously, outside of the parameters here. But I believe even prior to this, even prior to the drawing today, that we were able to listen to community, external stakeholders, so long as we're not influencing the process in any way. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, that's correct. Your prohibition from influencing the outcome of this matter only relates to other council members and staff, and so you can engage with the public as you wish.
Yeah, so I think for a decision this big, we got to provide that time and kind of leeway and runway for folks to engage who they now know to be the voting members of the body.
I concur. Member Maxwell?
I was going to make a motion to continue this item to November 7th council meeting.
I would concur with that.
At the regularly scheduled council meeting time.
I would request for your consideration and your motion that we move this item to November 7th, but in the evening. This is a monumental decision, and I think it's appropriate for the public to be accommodated after work, not necessarily in the middle of the workday, if possible. But I do want to check with staff. What would that require in terms of notification if we were to move it to an evening on November 7th versus just same time, different date?
For the agenda, we would just list it at 6 o'clock. We've done that before. And
even though it's a hearing, would it have to be renoticed or mailed?
So we did notice for the initial item, and it has been noted on the agendas that it was continued. So we would continue that we would not need to renotice.
Okay. So what's the will of the body? This is the public just witnessed history, 4 of us being selected to take on this task. It does impact approximately 100,000 residents in the city and the most historic portion of the city. So I'd like us to consider having this hearing in the evening of November 7th. What say?
Yeah, I understand your request, Councilmember. I think we're giving folks a month's notice if they want to be here during the council meeting to be present. This is our 5th hearing today, and none of those other hearings we decided to hear at an evening hour, so I would keep my motion as is to continue this, but to have it during the regularly scheduled council meeting hours.
Okay, there's a motion to move this to November 6th, and we noted for the record that this contract with the consultant continues to the end of December, that shouldn't be impacted, correct?
Correct. Just as long as your motion states a specific time, 9 a.m., 1:30
What is this
p.m.
scheduled for today, 9:25 a.m.?
Correct.
I will keep it at that same
Okay,
time, Director
thank you.
Clerk.
I'll second the motion.
All righty. There's been a motion and a second. I do have some requests for staff prior to November 7th. If you can provide this body with all the public comments that have been submitted for the record. I know they're somewhere on the ecosystem of the internet, but we would like copies for all council members. Included in writing the recommendations by the committee. I know you've indicated verbally on the record, but we'd like those in writing, as well as copies of all the 6 property owners that opposed the rezone of their respective properties. Want to make sure that this body has all the information that we've received thus far and the staff has received prior to making a decision on November 6th or 7th.
Acting Council President, just a reminder what I mentioned this morning, distributed to all of you on October 1st were all a matrix of all of the comments. So you should already have those, and then staff will get you the rest of the items.
Great.
Do you want us to redistribute them? What you've already asked, what you just asked for?
Whatever's missing, that would
Well,
be
just what's
sufficient.
missing. We'll do that.
And
Thank
then
you.
if we can also arrange for anything that comes in between now and November 7th, if you can directly send it to these 4 council members and our staff, that would be helpful. That way we have the full record prior to deliberation on this matter. With that, it looks like we have a motion and a second to move this item to November 7th at 9:25 a.m. Roll call, please.
All right, roll call vote. Council Member Arias.
Aye.
Council Member Maxwell.
Aye.
Council Member Bredefeld.
Yes.
And Council Member Esparza.
Aye.
4-0.
All right, this concludes this item. See you all on November 7th. Can we move on to the next item? All right, let's move forward without him. City Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda?
9:30.
All right, 9:30. Staff, you ready? You have the floor. Introduce yourself, please.
Are we not waiting for the, okay. Oh, you like that gavel, don't you? Annalisa, he's trying to keep going.
Good morning, Council President. My name is Maria Cambron. I am the Housing Finance Manager. I am here this morning to ask you to open a public hearing as requested by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as part of the city's intent to apply for the HUD's fiscal year 24 Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing grant program. I have a brief presentation which reflects information included in the staff report if you wish to hear it. Otherwise, I would ask that you open public hearing and then subsequently consider the actions included in the item before you.
All right, thank you. I am going to open it up for a public hearing. This is a 9:30 a.m. Actions pertaining to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's fiscal year 24 Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing. Would any member of the public like to provide public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Any questions from the council? Discussion, motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 6-0.
See, it's easy to present to us.
Is Carol Goyburn here? Good morning, Carol. This is scheduled communication. Carol is a District 4 resident. You'll have 3 minutes, Carol.
Good morning. 3,478. That's the number of people who defeated Measure B in 1985. And had it passed, Fresno today would be a nuclear-free zone. So I was here in July, and I presented 169 signatures to you of people who believe they have the right to live in a world free from the threat of nuclear war. So I'm back. And there are other people across the country who believe the same, and they've made their towns, their cities, nuclear-free zones. There's also cities in the country, 211, that have signed the Mayors for Peace Covenant, which is something maybe our mayor might be interested in doing, and this would commit the mayor to make every effort to achieve the total abolition of nuclear weapons. Anyway, in 2017, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was adopted, and in 2021, it went into effect. Basically, the meat and potatoes directs the U.S. to convert nuclear weapons industry resources and personnel to other purposes such as climate crisis, housing, education, agriculture, environmental restoration, a peaceful and secure world. One act you can do as a body of elected officials is to sign the ICANN City Legislators Pledge to express your commitment to this TPNW and help put pressure on members of Congress to sign, ratify, and implement the treaty. Something else you might be equally interested in doing is a Back from the Brink resolution, pressuring the federal government to embrace the TPNW. So either or both, I'm here to help. Like I said in July, I am here to help and let you know I've not faded into the wallpaper. So I'm gonna be contacting you individually so we can discuss this further, and that's really all I'm here today for, is let you know I'm still around, I'm still interested in pursuing this. That's it.
All right, thank you, Carol.
You're welcome, thank you.
I have another scheduled appearance by Anna Reinhardt to discuss Operation Cleanup. District 1 resident. Good morning.
Good morning.
You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This Thanksgiving will be the third Thanksgiving in a row that I'm not able to host my family's Thanksgiving dinner. And the reason why is because the streets of my neighborhood will be piled with trash. Now, I love Operation Cleanup, but it's a love-hate relationship that I would assume many people have. We love having the opportunity to bring our stuff out and clear our home, clear our garage, whatever. And the city crew picks it up and they leave the street pristine, and they are to be complimented on that. But the downside of it is that it's ugly and it can be smelly. And you can end up like I was last year with 2 toilets in front of my house that didn't belong to me. So it's not an inviting time for me to bring my whole family over for Thanksgiving. Now, I've lived in my home for 25 years. Prior to the 2020 postponement because of COVID, my Operation Cleanup was always in October around Halloween time. So I say that because I have no reason to expect that my scheduling is going to ever change, because it stayed the same for so long when it was always in October. I'm more than willing to take my turn at having Operation Cleanup in my neighborhood for any of the holidays. But I only want a turn. I would like to see some equity in this city for that difficult time that we both love and hate. So I am requesting that some attention be given to the scheduling so that there is some level of rotation so that we all share the good and the difficult with this wonderful service. I live on the south side of town, so for as long as I can remember in my neighborhood, the south side of town has had trash in our streets throughout the holiday season. And that's just not right. So I'm asking that you all work with the mayor and the process on to begin some implementation of a rotation so that everybody has fairness. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you hearing me.
Thank you, Anna. Director, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. I know we have been in communication throughout the week on this matter, and I would agree with a lot of what my constituent just said. Can you address her comments and if there is anything we can do to start rotating the schedule?
Okay, well, good morning, Council President, Council Ahmad Al-Qiyat, Assistant Director of Public Utilities. Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt, for coming in, and the recognition and the compliments. We really appreciate these kind words. No, you were, and we as a department and the city, we agree with you 100%. The reason why, if you recall back in the past, even before my time, we used to finish before the holidays, right? And then we pick up again in January for the next year. So we are back on track. Our goal, starting next year, we will be out by November 21st. We're programming now, the new schedule will run from January all the way to the Friday before Thanksgiving. So we have the staff, we're ready, thanks to Prop 218 and to the people who grant us that gift. We're able to staff all our vacancies. We are actively almost full, especially our Operation Cleanup crew is very good with an additional 4th crew. Now, this year, of course, it won't happen. Everybody's been notified and the flyers are out. So our last day this year will be December 13th. So maybe next year dinner at your place, Thanksgiving? Can I ask a question? Yes.
Are you building in a time frame? Because, for instance, my pickup day is the day before Thanksgiving.
Ms. Reinhardt, I'm gonna, because the public can't hear you, I'm gonna ask if we can take this offline because I don't want this to turn into a discussion because this was not an agendized item. But what I heard from you, Assistant Director, is that we can make a strong commitment to have Ms. Reinhardt's neighborhood cleared prior to Thanksgiving of next year.
Yes. I do have the tentative schedule right here. I'm just going to couple it with some maps and finalize the new flyers.
Okay.
It's already discussed among staff. That's our goal. So I'm just glad that it's working out and we're able to do it.
Council President, I have a question for the director.
Okay, Councilmember.
You know, the former city manager had made a commitment to rotate Operation Cleanup. As we know, the southern part of the city has always had their holidays taken away from family gatherings because of the amount of garbage. And we also know, based on your data, that most of the garbage tonnage is in the southern part of the city, given the amount of apartment complexes and people put stuff in people's houses. So he had made a commitment that he would rotate 1 year. You would start up north, like you do now, and then down south. The next year, you would start down south and end up north, so that everyone would feel sometimes the burden, because as you noted, you're now fully staffed, but in the next downturn, or if there's delays, the southern neighborhoods are by design always going to be impacted if there's any delays in picking up of tonnage. So why can't you guys rotate as would be normal protocol for things of this nature?
Yes, I understand before my time this was done and rotation or shifting of the schedule did occur. This caused more problems with people who are creatures of habit that would put their items outside their new scheduled time. And that caused a lot of special pickups, and it caused a bit of, it disturbed our operation. And that's before my time. Some people are programmed, oh, today's Labor Day. My pickup time is next week.
But can you
without looking at their
appreciate that
schedule.
if you guys are late for any reason, it's always going to be the southern neighborhoods that don't have Thanksgiving and Christmas with their families?
Correct.
Council member, I can tell you, I live on the north end. I have had, over my time on the north end, I have had pickups during the holidays. I've experienced the same issues that Ms. Reinhardt. It hasn't been for several years, but I can tell you in times of living in my home in Woodward Lake, which I lived in for over 20 years, I can remember several years where we had it out on the streets and people couldn't park. So I totally acknowledge and respect. I can't speak to what the former city manager's commitment was because I don't remember that. And
Manager,
obviously it wasn't
if I
me.
may, when you experienced it is when it was rotated, right? Because it was your turn up north to have the holiday timeline. Now, for the last several years, holidays have only been down south.
Yes.
So my question is, why can't we rotate
Yeah,
it?
and I think what they're trying to say is people who are true believers in Operation Cleanup, they know, we have a large segment of our population that know my month is October. And if we flip the schedule, this is what happened. We did flip the schedule. However, people on the south end of town, in their minds, oh, this is about the time of Operation Cleanup. They started putting their materials out when it wasn't their time for pickup, and we then had to send special crews out, which then made the rest of Operation Cleanup run weeks behind. So it was because we've been so regular with the service and people have come to expect it at a certain time of the year, they got used to putting it out at the same time of the year. So that was why they went back. I think, we can, before we finalize the schedule, we can certainly have a conversation on, what I don't want to have is flip the schedule, have the north end be the holiday time, but still have Ms. Reinhardt's neighborhood, who are used to having it in October, still put everything out on the street.
City Manager, I was advised that we should probably
You're
just
right.
stop
So
this item at this
we'll have a
point.
separate conversation with Ms. Reinhardt. You guys, I don't want to finalize the schedule yet. We can certainly have the conversation with her, but it's a bigger problem. It's not an easy solution, but we can talk it through.
Thank you. And this will be a continued discussion, as you just heard, Ms. Reinhardt, and we did get commitment from the Department of Public Utilities to work with rescheduling for next year. Thank you all. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any items? Please punch up. I see no one punching up. I am now going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as closed session items. Would any member of the public like to provide public comment? Please come up. Seeing no one, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the balance of the consent. I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. We do have one contested consent item. That is 2F, as in Frank. This is an item to reject the bid for the rectangular rapid flashing beacon project. Councilmember Bredefield, you pulled this item?
Yes, I had my question answered. I'd like to move the item and make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve item 2F by Councilmember Bredefield and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Okay, we're going to break for lunch. We will come back at 1:30, and we will hear the 3A item, the progress of code enforcement, including asset quarterly report. We'll see you back at 1:30. 4 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We left off at our workshop. This item will be 3A, progress of code enforcement, including the asset quarterly report. Erica, can you please kick us off? Thank you.
Will do. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, City Manager. Erica Camarena, Chief Assistant City Attorney, Division of Code Enforcement. We'll just go ahead and kick off with the Cannabis Administrative Prosecutor Program. It's kind of hard to believe that it's already been up and running for a full year now. We will be bringing this matter back at the end of the month on October 31st for a full annual review of the program. And so I would encourage you, if you have any inquiries that you want to see us report back on with respect to all the inspections that the CAP team has been doing, please send them my way or to Andrew, and we'll make sure that we incorporate that into that report. But for purposes of today, just within this past quarter, we have identified and confirmed 4 cultivation sites, and that is with the assistance of our Fresno Police Department and the Department of Cannabis Control. Thank you. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Christina. Yeah. And we've issued a total of over $3 million in citations this past quarter and seized over 3,000 illegal cannabis plants. On the retail side, we have inspected 14 smoke shops and issued notices on each and every one of those. And this is just an illustration of some of the illegal cannabis products that we have observed in these inspections, as well as code violations, which include unpermitted electrical issues, unpermitted water heater, and concerningly, some illegal habitation in some of these smoke shops. With respect to our night team, I may remind you that our schedule has changed. They worked a shift from Thursday through Sunday. It is now Wednesday through Saturday, primarily to accommodate the Why Not Wednesdays that the city has recently implemented. Their role is to enforce the code citywide, but their predominant task has been to enforce on our mobile and sidewalk vendors. They also have been assisting on some of the special events. It's okay, such as the moratorium on Art Hop, and currently they're assisting the Big Fresno Fair with addressing the vendors that are working the perimeter of the fair. The team currently has 160 cases open, and they have closed 204 cases this past quarter. And here are just some photos reflecting the work that they're doing. And then our Community Compliance Division, as you know, represent the 7 council districts. They are currently carrying just about 1,300 cases. And within this last quarter, they've closed out almost 6,000 cases. Here's just an illustration of some of the great work that they've been doing, clearing out some properties, before and after pictures. This home had some temporary structures in front of the porch and some paint, and they were able to repair those. Our school area team has completed inspections in 7 school districts, school areas, including Liberty, Riverview, Copper Hill, Fugman, Valley Oak, Granite Ridge, and Clovis North. Some of those cases are still open because of the need for additional time to reach compliance, and they are underway in the additional 4 school neighborhoods, including Hoover, Herrera Terrones, Tehipity, and Lowell. And this is just our illustration map showing the additional school districts, and we are now at 76 neighborhoods that we've been able to hit since 2020. And here's a great photo showing, or a slide showing various photos from an event in District 4 with Councilmember Tyler Maxwell. And here are just some of the violations that the school area team has had to tackle. This was a pretty important case because of the view was being obscured by the overgrown trees and bushes, which could, as we know, cause a traffic hazard, as well as our inability to see the address. And this shows a before and after picture of some illegal structures and some boarded windows, and also inability to see ID numbers for the address. And then here's, This is a representation of what our abatement team has been doing. They have completed 197 abatements this past quarter, and as you know, that includes board ups, tall grass and weed abatement, and the removal of junk and rubbish. This particular property, our team removed almost 84,000 pounds of junk from this property. Just another illustration of our great work. Moving on to our demolition team, this quarter they have completed 7 demolitions, 2 of them by the city, and then 5 by property owners with our motivation and oversight. We also have 30 demolitions currently in progress at various different stages. And here is an illustration of a partially burned structure for which the city conducted a demolition, and now we have a nice, clean, vacant lot. This is a rehabilitation of a property that was also subject to fire, but in this particular case, the property owner was able to rehabilitate it. Our tire team this quarter has collected over 4,000 tires. They've conducted 111 waste tire facility inspections, and as you know, this Saturday they will be hosting the next tire amnesty event at the Pinedale Elementary School, so make sure you tell your friends. And then our illegal dumping team has issued 86 citations this quarter and continue to monitor the 20 camera units that we have throughout the city. And here's an example of one of our violators who illegally dumped a mattress on actually a private commercial property, and the business owner contacted us and provided us their security footage, which assisted us in being able to track down the violator and issue a citation. And here we have someone who ran out a U-Haul and illegally dumped a bunch of furniture and debris on the side of the road. And the good thing is our investigators have a great rapport with some of the U-Haul businesses here in Fresno, and we're able to work with them to get the information on who leased that U-Haul and issued a citation to that individual as well. And then on our administration side, we just held an assessment hearing last month, and we're able to assess over $300,000 in fees, citations, and billings. Our clerical team has been very busy. They've responded to almost 500 Public Record Act requests, answered almost 6,000 calls, and processed just about 4,000 pieces of correspondence. And now we'll move on to rental housing with Christina Roberson.
All right. Again, good afternoon, Council President Perea and council members. I am Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney. Moving to our anti-slum enforcement team, or ASSET, the team has 25 open cases throughout 325 units. Our reactive rental housing unit is also extremely busy. Since the last report, they have opened 771 cases and closed 853. Here are some examples of some of our current open asset cases. This property on Andrews in District 1 contains 6 units. The initial inspection of the entire complex occurred on August 7th of this year. 130 violations were found. Some urgent violations, including smoke detectors, were cured, and the remaining violations are in progress. Here's just a couple examples of what the team found. This next property on Michigan in District 7 is a complex with 3 units. The initial inspection of the entire complex occurred on July 11th of this year, and 122 violations were found. Again, the team will monitor this property until it's in compliance. Finally, this property on Olive in District 7 is a 28-unit complex. The initial inspection for this one occurred on February 14th, 2024, and 274 violations were found. More than half of those were cleared, but then unfortunately, the property owner has stalled. We did enter in a compliance agreement in July, but since then they have not met the deadlines, and the team will be issuing a citation of about $10,000, $10,250. Also in rental, here's a couple more pictures, from that Olive property. Also in rental housing, our proactive team continues to be very busy. To date, the inspectors have conducted more than 18,000 inspections. There are currently 88,634 registered units in the city. Here's just a map that shows where all of our mobile home parks are in the city, and our mobile home parks team has completed 36 complaint-based inspections since May. 1 case has been closed, and there are 35 cases that remain active. In the same time period, the team has completed 2 maintenance inspections, which are more of a proactive inspection, for a total of 335 spaces with issuance of 256 notices. These are some photos from the Four Seasons in District 1. You can see that this unit had some pretty dangerous stairs and some other dilapidation, and so that is currently in progress, but those stairs thankfully have been repaired. Here's another unit that had very serious egress and fire hazard issues that has been cleared out. Finally, our legal team in code enforcement is, as always, very busy with research, receiverships, warrants, hearings. The attorneys have worked on 27 inspection and abatement warrants this quarter, initiated the receivership process on 2 properties, and represented the city at 19 administrative hearings. And unless there are any questions, that'll be our presentation.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Whitney, for being here as well. This morning we skimmed the surface and we were talking about how wonderful code enforcement is, and so it was nice to go into detail and to see pictures of what you guys do and the results of the work you put in. Personally speaking, I know one big issue in my district, which is an ongoing issue that we are working on, is the mobile food vendors that are setting up camp all throughout Olive Avenue and beyond. I am working with Councilmember Arias to structure a citywide ordinance to give you something enforceable to be able to apply to these vendors that are out there dumping their oils on the sidewalk. I understand that there's turf wars between these vendors and it's causing just a safety issue. And so we will be taking control of that soon with this ordinance that we will be bringing forward. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Councilmember Arias.
Hi, how are you all? Could you give us a quick update on you guys' walkthrough, was it yesterday, of Belmont Corridor South Tower? How did that go? I was supposed to be there, but unfortunately I got redirected to the freshman.
Yeah, Andrew Gian, City Attorney. It was an eye-opening experience. We looked at a number of locations that were boarded up, partially boarded up. One of the most disturbing things that I saw during that tour was we went into a property where clearly you could see people were coming in and out and using it. And I noticed on the ground inside the unit what looked like a little girl's underwear sitting next to some McDonald's in a Happy Meal. And so that's sort of indicative of the type of things that go on in those buildings when not properly boarded up and inspected. So just to sum it up, I would say very eye-opening, and it's something that we're going to talk about, and I know that we're going to be working with your office to do better there, especially as it relates to that specific property owner who essentially owns 10% of the property in that neighborhood, and it's really holding the neighborhood back in terms of the blight, in terms of families wanting to move into the neighborhood, families feeling safe. And so I know that I'm going to make it a priority for my team. I know it's a priority for your office as well.
So with that owner in mind, we've been talking about the apartment complex on Belmont for some time. Yesterday, as I was driving home, I noticed that there's kids now on that property with, of course, vagrants, the unhoused, probably folks that shouldn't be around kids. But it continues to be a challenge. And so what I'm wondering is, we have an ordinance in the books that's supposed to be able to fine property owners up to $10,000 for repeat offenders. Why haven't we utilized that ordinance for this property owner who it looks like we've now become their default inspector? Can we just get back to me on that?
Yeah, so we have a process that we use in terms of the thing that we're trying to do, and in part, I think that it protects the city from liability, but we're trying to treat everyone equally. Mm-hmm. I understand that this is an operator in town that is causing more problems than others, and so that's something we will be taking a look at over the course of the next couple of weeks. I am going to be recommending some new policy changes in terms of maybe a new ordinance. maybe even looking at doing more receiverships and that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, I know we usually do receiverships of single-family homes, and those are easily to, renovate and then flip and make them into usable space. But I'd like us also to proceed with receivership of these vacant apartment buildings, because in that example, it's been vacant for years now. It's been burned a few times, and it seems to me that the property owner's intention is simply to allow it to fully burn down and cash in an insurance claim, while it becomes a blight and keeps, livable units potentially offline. So if you can get back to me on why we're not utilizing the $10,000 fine structure for that property owner, given that he has a history of thousands of inspections and violations in the city.
Okay, we'll get back to you on that. And one more thing that I wanted to add, council member, is the fact that we have been increasing the amount of citations that we have been issuing. What we're seeing now, especially from this property owner, is that they're appealing everything. And our appeals process is completely backed up. I think that they set a hearing out to next year, to next July, on a $250 fine. And we can't wait till next year to address these issues. And so, another piece of legislation maybe we could bring forward is to mandate that these hearings occur within a timely manner.
I think this property owner, given that he has thousands of units, has always been able to find a loophole. We have accidentally become their default inspector, and now is using the limited capacity of the appeals officer to, delay any enforcement of, legitimate fines. So I think we're going to have to end up in some space of litigation if this continues, because it's a clear present health and safety presence and threat to the neighborhood and to the city. Thank you. The property owner is J.D. Homes.
Thank you, council member. Council Vice President.
Yep, I just wanted to thank you all. Sometimes we go through long periods where we don't talk because it's a well-oiled machine and it's working very well. So I just want you and your staff to know that they're doing a fantastic job. A big part of our ability to provide constituent services, that good customer service, code enforcement is a huge part of that. And those pictures really help to show just what you do to help. The situation you brought up, Andrew, is pretty tragic. That's an extreme. If you want to, you're free to comment if you want. It's an extreme scenario. But it's things like that. And then, of course, things that are the standard boilerplate issues you get every day from concerned residents. But you're able to help get us from A to Z. So thank you for that work. It's not easy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Up next is unscheduled communication. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak? Now would be the time. Please come up. All right, seeing no one, that will conclude today's open session portion of the meeting. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session agenda?
Yes. In closed session today, we have a conference with legal negotiators, existing litigation, John Rose versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Edward Cruz and Jennifer Pena versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus County of Fresno. And public employee performance evaluation, City Attorney. I do not expect any there to be any reports after closed session.